Chicos, ¿qué pasa, chicos? Pero bueno, chicos, ¿cómo estamos? ¿Qué pasa, chavales? ¡Jojo! Vamos a jugar al jueguito, ¿no? ¡Jojojo! Jueguito, 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 venga. Venga, 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 que estoy enviciado, que estoy enviciado. Vale, tenemos que hablar con sonrisas. Aquí no podíamos hacer nada, ¿no?
You're back before the cargo container.
Bueno, vamos a tirarle. Espérate, ¿esto por qué sale en verdad ahora? Ojo, ahí hay algo, Antes estaba cerrado eso,
The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you pick up the handset.
Momentillo, momentillo. Vale, tengo la guanta de conectividad, perfecto.
The already
83%, no me jodas.
Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. Calling. Calling. Still calling.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. How may I help you? Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. No. Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? Let me fire up the machine. Dubois. Here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November 46. Whoa, not a fun film, that one. It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent divorce, Ziemsk immigrant Egidius Wojcik tries to... No wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Main.
On the corner of Voyager and Main, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. It's raining and there is almost no traffic on the street. A woman's footprints in the mud, tiny heels, tiptoeing down the road. Beautiful steps, light-footed, with a life. Suddenly you feel like you don't want to hear about video rentals anymore. You don't want to hear about any of it. It was all shit. It's over. It.
That's enough for you today. Let's conclude this call.
Vale, vale, vamos descubriendo aquí el lore, ¿no? Vamos pillando aquí cosillas. ¿Puedo hablar de algo con el... con este?
The unpromising race pupil returns. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy boys, the Hardy manlets, are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union alone. And I do this out of race hero. Now leave me be. I must look. There is nothing funky about. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss.
Quiero pillar lo que hay en esa caja. ¿Puedo?
The unpromising race pupil.
Pues no puedo pasar. En algún momento se tendrá que poder, hombre. Vamos a hablar con sonrisas.
So, how'd you like our harbor? It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Vale. Vale. ¿Qué iba a decir? Sí. Hay que ser muy rojo en las conversaciones porque así nos dan más experiencia, ¿vale?
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Of course, I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
Huh.
I knew this man was a commie. And it's a good thing you're doing too. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized.
Amigo.
Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get...
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
Who he is, and what they're fighting for? This is interesting.
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility.
Este tío que es español o italiano. Porque es que el... que tenga esta gorrita es muy de Francia e italiano, ¿sabes? Pero está hablando los Hardys, ¿sabes?
They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you. We're negotiating our share. Aye. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process. No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. I have nothing against communists. They are honorable boyaderos. But my own code serves me well. If my code starts failing, a code can fail a man as well as a man can fail a code, then I will have to submit to a new one.
He knows who he is, firmly grounded, has no need to reinforce or elaborate his political identity to himself or others.
See, I am primarily a lazy person. I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties.
By that, you mean...
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? The old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish. He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would... Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all. Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, it all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of that of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. No. No. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go even wider, if need be. And
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were... Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men. With all...
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
Ya, pues ya está. Vamos para allá. Montaña, vamos a hablar con esto, a ver qué quiere decirnos.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to... oh man, that's great. God, man. Thanks for that, but no.
he doesn't live in Martinez.
¿Tiene algo que decirme esta?
Is this about the questions again? A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care.
She looks up from
Fine. For it doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on
Aquí había algo que me
the tear
interesaba.
machine stands in the
Ah,
your
vale, sí.
bottles clunk into the
Venga, vámonos. Ya hemos reciclado, vámonos. Ok. ¿Qué hacemos ahora? Pues... A ver.
the worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench.
We can sit on benches after.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time.
Ah, cuando no esté puede venir a pasar el tiempo al banco. Vale. Aquí hay gente nueva. Aquí están hasta dos.
Son, you've really let yourself go. It's a disgrace. But Coach Physical Instrument is going to get you back in prime condition. Even if it takes 1,000,000 push-ups. It's going to take blood, sweat, piss, and tears. But when I'm done with you, boy, you will be a master athlete. Behold, world. Here walks a sportsman, hands choked and hair. Huh. Bueno. Habla con esto que tengo que
The
decirle.
purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's... Ah, yes!
Oh, absolutely.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The Carabinier doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
Right. Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political... I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and... money is tight. Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your invest...
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last...
Yes. It's not actually an issue.
Ha dicho Jess, pero pone no, a ver.
Look, officer, the container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's most...
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individual.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words. Oh, I didn't mean to imply there's something wrong with that. I do it too. Everyone does it. It's...
Yes. Can we conclude that?
He is not going to become an entrepreneur.
She is nobody. This is none of your concern.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't well. No one.
No.
Yes.
Look, officer, the container yard...
The possibility of someone being in there is...
Evrard created this job for René because he knows...
Can we conclude the topic of my... Yes, it does. No one.
No one.
Yes.
Look, officer,
The possibility...
Evrard
Voy a probar todo.
It's not just up there.
Something about him has changed. He's calmer somehow.
Yes, it does. It's a...
You...
No one.
No one.
Yes.
Look, officer,
The
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off.
Look, officer. Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out.
As Rennie
Yeah.
turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lit. Two. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun. A crowned head in front of two crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue stripe, a small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below.
For bravery. I'm sure. But I know this uniform's reputation. You are also wondering if I got this for raping women or killing babies. Honor is everything to me.
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will literally talk your ear off if you let him wander off to memory lane.
For doing my duty in the heat of battle, for looking my mortality in the eye, when men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting... King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away.
He really despises that.
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly...
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Couronne. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage. I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee. I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me.
Joder.
The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
He pasado por cosas peores.
So I grabbed the Dink and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frisel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Peace. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth. The old carabinier stands quietly like...
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before and that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed...
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
No me impresiona tanta felicidad y miren en qué punto se encuentra. No toca jugar para ganar. Cuidar de uno mismo lo primero.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't end this out for anyone with a service record. Oh no, you have to get shot repeatedly.
Huh.
And you need to get your hands bloody too.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand. Because he was a goddamn dandy. Had no business leading men or even being on the battlefield. All he was related. That's it. Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders. He was a stupid kid, only interested in horses, hairstyles, and man-loving. Pooh! And 782 Royal Carabineers are dead because of his incompetence. Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Eversholians.
Oh yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back.
I'm not getting into this with you again.
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier. Go long.
¡Hostia!
Go deep. Go unconventional.
Sure, officer. Let's hear your take. I'm not following you.
He'll get it. Don't worry. Just continue. He's gonna be impressed. The man stares at you, silently frowning.
Huh.
The carabiner crosses his arms and spits in the crater.
You're talking about getting blackout shit-faced drunk and going into delirium.
The lieutenant looks up from his notes and nods to the old carabiner.
How so, then?
The lieutenant sighs audibly, but keeps his...
And I thought getting my knee shattered and surviving on rat carcasses in the trench was bad. Here, have one of my medals.
Your sarcasm will be your undoing, old man.
Of course not.
The veteran extends his right arm with the sun-shaped medal. It flashes of bloody and terrible scenes of war. Men dying, horses shrieking, blood sinking into sand and snow and asphalt. All of this accompanied by a musical composition telling of heroism of old, when men were bigger in both body.
Was there something else you wanted to take from us?
I don't think there was anything else I wanted, was there? You got the medal. Now let's solve the crime.
Con este también puedo hablar
I
realmente, ¿no?
have really outdone myself.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that.
René, it's a little... Hello, officer. How
Mira,
might
que
I
esto no
be
había
of
hablado.
assistance on this fine day? Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest woman in all of Revachol.
Do not defile her memory, Gaston. Let her rest in peace.
We knew her, all right. Lived on the same street our entire lives, just 2 houses apart. The 3 of us have been best friends since we were... She was René's first girl, back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die for some great ideal than just be happy.
And then you stole her from me.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly 80 years ago when the...
You stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close ever since you two had that falling out over the ink you...
We were just boys then. This was different. No point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and the first time. Especially when we have company. Officer.
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. It was... René and I were both by her bedside when she...
Died. No use sugarcoating it. Won't bring her back, will it?
Departed. Until the very end she couldn't decide between us. The most indecisive woman I've ever met. She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast? She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married. Heck, technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. Seduced her with your fancy words and paste.
He suddenly remembers you are still there. Falls silent.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left. Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really. No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and
respects.
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard. Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath. There he stands, proud, rigid and alone, like a cracking marble.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me. Oh, yes. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on...
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Weservein. Turns to where the wind blows and tries to look in... I hate this socialist rabble. But even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say. Nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time. Oh, the goal is to throw you bull. As close to the coach. That's the cochonnet.
No, la petanca, pero dice, oh, cochonnet, oh, ¿por qué?
Well, first, you draw a circle about a half a meter in diameter. We made ours out of rope. Then, the order of play is determined by a coin toss. Then, the players aim to throw their bulls as close to the cochonnet as possible. They must stay in the circle and keep both feet planted.
Petanque. Claro, es que es petanca. Tontaco.
I could, but I'd rather not. I don't want to take up your time with trivial detail. You'll put that knowledge to good use in 50.
I don't like where this is going, officer. Don't you think we should do something else now? Hurry up then.
I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food. Nothing personal.
The only one you have.
Believe me, officer, I wish I could help you, but I need this sandwich to keep my blood sugar stable. In my age.
You can barely hear him. The sweet smell of pickles in harmony with garlic butter and marinated onions emanating from the sandwich is driving your mind in a singular direction.
Fuck off! It's mine!
A glimmer of respect flashes in.
Sorry, officer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way. But the sandwich is mine. I'm not gonna share it.
And it's gone.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he gets claws? We are a special kind of vermin, Gaston.
Ah, hostia, soy autista, soy tonto, Me acabo de dar cuenta de una cosa. Realmente, no puedo señalarlo con el ratón porque se quita. Pero si os fijáis, realmente pone, esto es una tirada de habilidad básica. Si fallas puedes reintentarla. Pues claro, las que se pueden reintentar, te sale que se pueden reintentar. Y las que no, te sale que no.
Principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Time to get political. This right here is political.
What? What oppressors?
I am not going to listen to this comic connery.
Huh? Yes, officer. I really don't understand how my sandwich could... I would rather just have this one, officer.
Tell this lost comrade what the people's sandwich would be like. Distill the essence of the working man in a sandwich. The skepticism emanating from the Merry Senior could be sensed all the way to the Seminine Isles.
I don't want to. Look, officer, I like different, classic food. Fine dining, not soil. Please, just drop it.
Mande bloqueado.
Coach, physical instrument.
Ah, vale. Todo rápido, a ver.
Wait, how did you know all those hammer throw techniques? How do you know how to hold a discus? Or the world youth record in discus? Something doesn't add up here. This mushy thing between your ears didn't know the name of the city you're in, but it comes loaded with trivia about the correct chin position of a shot-put ball. Could it be that? Shut up, namby-pamby. This train of thought ends abruptly. It's leg day. Straighten your rhombus muscle. It's shirts versus skins. Take your shirt off, Namby. Your skins.
Más dos formas físicas y la camisa. Si no tengo camisa.
It's clearly a lie. Kraz Mazov didn't shoot himself. Reaction was on the counteroffensive. The State Day Palace in Narova was surrounded. He was either assassinated or died in the bombing. You might even have evidence to support this, somewhere in your brain. Mazov was never given a state funeral by the communists. Some people even say the body that was recovered from the ruins wasn't his. There, good. Hero restored to glory.
Mira, te da más uno retórica y encima cada vez que falla una de estas te da cosas. A ver, lo del Mister Forma Física es el que te dé más 2 de forma física, o sea, te da menos 1 en enciclopedia, pero realmente puedo permitírmelo. Que enciclopedia tampoco que sirva para tantísimo, ¿no? Está a punto de subir el nivel. Por eso podría incluso subirme el nivel de enciclopedia directamente. O el de resistencia también. Pero eso es que eso de subirnos forma física en 2 puntos, solo por quitarnos la camiseta, que ahora mismo... La camisa que nos da ahora mismo. Nos da una abstracción. O sea, me la quito y me da forma física. Esto te da mundo interior y esto te da retórica. Así me quedaría retórica en 0. Porque ¿qué es lo que te quita retórica? Esto que te da reacción. Sí. Me podría quitar la camiseta. Y ahora tenemos más 2 de fuerza física. Vale. Y tenemos más sujeción. Entonces si nos vamos para acá, tenemos más 2 de forma física. Entonces ahora tenemos 5 de forma física, que son una locura, la verdad. Y retórica ahora la tenemos a nivel 5 también. Aunque realmente menos 1 retórica tampoco nos jodería tanto, aunque abstracción tenemos 4, así que al final sería o 5 abstracción o 5 retórica, así que realmente me da igual, ¿sabes? Así que nada. Espérate. Vamos a intentar lo de la biblioteca. Ahora que tenemos 5 de fuerza física.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you,
Un
covered
de
in dozens, if not hundreds.
Pues podría subírmelo para la próxima. O desbloquear alguna otra habilidad. Vamos viendo. ¿Esto qué era? Por cierto.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Aquí había alguien que me conocía. Hay que mejorar la voluntad. También podría probar con eso. Vale. Bueno, no, por ahí no es. Ya sé qué es lo que me falta exactamente. Bueno, aparte de que aquí hay papeleras de las que podemos coger cosas para reciclarlas. Vale, y vámonos. Vamos a probar con esto. ¡Ey! Hay algo nuevo.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah. Why? It's a wall. An ordinary wall.
Why must we stop to look?
La niña esta tiene algo que decirme de aquí. No me deja decirle nada, literalmente. ¿Pollita? No me había fijado.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and the leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp. You knock silently. The upholstery muffles the sound.
I guess no one is in. Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself. Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about. I mind that the local thug is using the RCM for his busy work. But if this gets us to the bottom of this... On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrard we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it. Yes, presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
The door is right here. You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thought there might be important information in the apartment. As you hold the open door, you can feel the air moving.
Vamos a entrar. Es verdad, tengo una habilidad que no me había fijado. Pero cada vez que le doy a un botón de estos, me dan dinero, fijarse.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty. This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the seventh. It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned...
By old-fashioned, he means very right-wing. The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with a sun sewn onto it.
Anda. Te da lógica esa camisa, vale, pues puede servir si no hace falta lógica en vez de estado físico.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts...
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash, and now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say.
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues have a way of magically connecting to... Perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter. but still.
You could ask Everard who this person is once you're done here.
Oh. Pues hasta aquí no hay nada más. Pues vámonos de momento. Aquí que hay basurita. 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 Con esta mujer tendrás una conversación
You're
nueva.
back. Good. What can I help you with? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with. It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild
Ingredients for what?
meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various...
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade now. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its...
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets.
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been...
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable. The weary.
Well, at least this solved
What is that, Lieutenant?
why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to...
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
Vale.
The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary...
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done. Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one... It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have... In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare? Huh. I will. I've always wanted a side-shifting class knight on my side, sir. Now, of course, I do not expect you to share anything Everard told you with me, not being a corrupt verm myself. However, if you felt like passing... How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take?
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to tell her. She'll like you for it.
Oh.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear he's able to contain the anger and surprise. When I said, be wacky, I didn't mean wildly, grossly irresponsible and damaging to the RCM.
And conventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all part.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard? Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it? Why, if I may ask? Why make them more drunk? Aren't they corked enough already?
Yes, Detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Very curious. A very curious thing to do.
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things, man. And then talks about...
What else? Of course, Detective. Should something come up later, down the road, don't be afraid to drop. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
¿Qué tengo? De verdad tengo... Vamos a ponernos con eso. Y ya estaría de momento. Vale. Así que bueno, vamos a entrar aquí a ver si hay algo nuevo. Y que está bastante atento de la hora y tal, Vamos a venir aquí, primero. Aquí, basurita. Supongo que basurita. Sí, basurita.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
They just might be. Rough stuff. If you...
Her neurons must be on fire. The heat creating waves and ripples in all she sees. Above all, in her painting.
You really think I need to be high to see the world as art? Poor...
To hell with the art part, man. It's all about the high anyway.
Huh.
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright. Sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time! No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually, I don't even know why I told you what I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
¿Hay aquí algo nuevo? No. Aquí no hay nada. Vamos para acá. Vamos a hablar con la señora esta mayor.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. Yes. Well, I hope...
Your statements are too vague to comment on.
Vale. La señora esa se ha pirado. Pero no hay mucho más que ver aquí, ¿no? Hemos replanteado sobre la cabeza del Karl Marx este, a
A
ver...
plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sight. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm.
Huh.
There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Bueno, vamos por aquí. Aquí hay algo. Dinero. Nos lo llevamos, el dinero. Y aquí están los balcones. Que esto realmente solamente creo yo que sirve para ver esto. Aquí spawna dinero cada 2x3 por la cara. Esta puerta está cerrada. Y luego, aquí.
This door is made of metal. No one,
We should return in the evening, at 9 p.m. the earliest.
A las 9 como muy pronto. Vale, pues todavía queda un ratillo para eso y muchas cosas que hacer. Tenemos que irnos fuera. Ya he investigado toda esta zona otra vez, básicamente, y tal. Así que nada, ya lo que quedaría sería... A ver, bueno, vamos a echarle un ojo a las notas. Sobre todo las del lunes. Vale. Hay que hablar con Kuno. Es verdad, el cadáver sigue colgado. Realmente. Vale, tenemos que hablar con Kuno. Vamos a hablar con él. Ah, se tiene esta variante.
Fuck does Kuno care? So? Yeah, so? Kuno did sick the pigs on him. Kuno's a man of his word.
Kuno sent your fat ass running.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on. You got fucked. You got fucked, pig. Fucked bad. Of course you're gonna remember this. Now get the fuck out of here. Grief and the... After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin. Don't be yanking your shit in front of the Kuno. Kuno's always serious, always rolling. Big key.
He's got to at least know a source. Look at him. You need to figure that. You need to befriend him first. What's going on? Is an ungovernable youth on your crime scene, throwing around incendiary language, trying like you don't have enough on your plate. You feel a...
Get your... You should give... You okay?
That went wrong. He took it as a compliment.
Necesitamos más empatía. 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 No tengo nada que me dé empatía, ¿no? Realmente. ¿Qué va? Vale, la placa al parecer me cruzas con ella en algún momento, ¿no? Esto le queda todavía. Bueno, espérate. Vamos a hablar con el cadáver.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is marked.
I'm gone.
Oh.
Into the wild pale yonder. In the past. Way out in the west. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer. Go ahead, Guapo. What do you mean?
It's the power of your magic. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. You fuck because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Coming right up, copperoonie Rooney. This is getting up. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No, you're not a Harry either. You're a motherfucker. That's who you are. Rooney the motherfucker. Because you have loved it me in Provocopo. It was love all along. Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this? Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands.
Do I remind you of someone? There you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I. Soon you will be just like...
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area, tiny red lines on the skin above waist level, more like days, Coppo. The clock is ticking. Your liver tells you so.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also.
The material, delicate. These are clearly not... The cadaver slowly twists on...
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it. Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees. Someone else? You mean...
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of the boots? Why don't they help?
Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I have bad news for you. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case.
I would really prefer if there was another way. These people might have an agenda. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How? It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work. It will maybe cut one thread.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some...
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you said.
I'll blow his head off.
Take it! Take the...
Yeah, take the shot! Kuno wants some of that...
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant produces a lightweight firearm He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. Securing it, he then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The trick voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back.
God damn it.
Fucking idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels...
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just look.
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do... I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs. Kuno...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banani boika! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard. Instinctively,
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself!
the buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that...
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal...
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now? Do it! Set me free!
Don't.
Do it!
¿Te imaginas, ella? ¿Te imaginas?
Intense shit, copper.
Fucker waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was pathetic!
Eso es que no. Tío, que le he dado.
A plume of smoke erupts from the barrel. Your hand goes numb from the You missed the belt, but hit the corpse straight in the chest. Bits of ribcage protrude from the skin. No blood.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry! I knew it! What a mulko!
The armistice is sufficiently precise, officer, especially at close range.
It's not the gun's fault you can't shoot. It's your...
pigs don't have hands.
Kuno has hands. Kuno can shoot that shit down for you.
Cop's bitter because he fucked that corpse up, Kuno.
We still need to get him down, somehow. The bad way. The way I didn't want us to. By asking the harbor for help. They have the tools and the men. If they put him up there, they can take him down too. To ask the suspects for help with the victim's body? To be indebted to Everard Clare? Very much, yes. Which is clearly we can't.
Suck my...
Hooray for us.
Momento, quiero... ¡Wow! Es que sería literalmente cargar por donde lo habíamos dejado antes. Vamos a hacer una cosilla un momento, ¿vale? Que quiero probar una cosa así rápida. ¿Cuál era para autoguardar? F7, F8, F5. Vale, ya sé cómo hacer guardado rápido sin tener que entrar al menú y así poder guardar antes de tomar opciones. Que eso es muy de mariquilla, la verdad, lo de guardar antes de hacer una opción peligrosa. La cosa es jugársela. Pero quiero probar a ver qué pasa, porque es que no lo haría en mi historia principal, lo de matar a la chavala. Pero quiero probar a ver qué pasa si lo hacemos realmente, ¿no? Se supone que las consecuencias serán más para de cara al futuro de la de esta, pero bueno, podemos de momento probar. Así que no hablamos con nadie, vamos directo a ello. Vale. Anda, mira. No me había dado cuenta. A ver. Quítate del medio. Teniente Winchon.
The man before you is naked.
The steel ring, the cadaver is a good 1.2.
Yeah!
How? It absolutely...
Yeah.
They'll miss. The pigs will miss, Kuno.
I'll blow his head.
Take it.
Yeah.
Silence and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 taps. Secure. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position. The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast.
Vamos a probar varias cosas, ¿vale?
God damn it.
Vamos a hacer aquí un F5 rápido. En plan, ¿puedo guardar en medio de la conversación?
Easy, but then Kuno's not
No se
fucking
puede.
handicapped, is he? Kuno's done.
The lieutenant.
No, any more mistakes. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can... It's bad as it... Go ahead.
This is the...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana.
The coat.
The fuck are you...
The buckle.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your... Do it! Set me free!
You feel as...
Don't.
Do it!
You hear an explosion within the weapon in your hands. The branches of the pine tree behind a plume of smoke has erupted from the barrel. The little monstrosity stands in the cloud.
Whoa. See? Pig tried to shoot you.
Yes, Kuno, I can see that.
You sense nylon moving somewhere to your left. There's motion in your peripherals. Then it's already... The gun has left your hand, still numb.
I think you're underestimating the gravity of this situation, officer. We need to take a breather from this scene. Now. I suggest we...
Quiero volver a intentarlo. quiero que pase realmente, en plan, quiero que pase realmente. Verás tú que al final haces tanto guardado rápido y tantas paranoias, al final se me quita el guardado que tenía de antes y nos jodemos. Bueno. Yo voy aquí tranquilamente. Por aquí. Vamos hasta aquí. Y poco más. Vamos para acá. Que hemos hecho muchas cosas en la partida, como va a continuar ahora, sin haber tal. O sea, vamos aquí tranquilamente. De vuelta aquí y ahora sí que sí, le pego un F5azo antes de nada.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of...
The steel reinforced. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up.
Yeah!
How? Yes, the buckle, where it ties the cargo belt to the tree. If the shot hits that, then...
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
Silence and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper
Sí, pero le he dicho una cosa
cartridge in the
diferente. Le he
barrel,
dicho que le disparara a la rama
separates
sin
the
querer.
scouring stick and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's steps. The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that...
God damn it.
Lo mismo al final.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then...
No, any more mistakes. I have to say, it's bad. Go ahead.
This is the...
The cold... The buckle...
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Do it! Set me free!
You feel as though...
Don't.
Do it!
Buah.
You hear...
Volvemos a intentar. Es que quiero ver qué pasa, realmente quiero ver qué pasa. En plan, me interesa bastante, la verdad, ver qué pasa.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair...
The steel reinforced. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us.
Yeah!
How? It absolutely...
Yeah!
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
I'll blow his...
Yeah!
Silent and produces a lightweight firearm.
Otra vez de
He drops a
nuevo.
paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. Securing, he then steps back and assumes the fellow's steps. The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes...
God damn it.
Fucking idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not...
I have to say, it's beginning... It's bad. Go ahead.
This is the sorry...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boy!
The cold...
The fuck are you wait?
The buckle comes...
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? Do it!
Volvemos a intentar. Ya, si esta vez no funciona, voy a dejar de intentarlo.
You feel it.
Don't.
Do it!
Venga. Joder. Lo siento mucho, chavales. Es que quiero que pase, quiero que pase.
The man before
Quiero que
you
pase,
is
quiero...
naked.
A ver, vamos a hacerlo aquí súper rápido. Tal y cual,
Still, the
venga,
cadaver
sí,
is a good
venga,
1.2.
disparo,
How?
venga,
It
tal
absolutely...
cual,
Yeah, they'll
tal.
miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
I'll blow his...
Cual.
Yeah!
Silent and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. Securing, he then steps back and assumes the fellow's steps position, taking... The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off.
God damn it.
Kuno could have hit it easy.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely. It's bad. Go ahead.
This is the...
Yeah, take it, you fucking...
The
Vale.
cold peak. The buckle.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you do it! Set me free!
Venga, tío.
You feel as though...
Don't.
Do it! Put it right here, Mulgo! Right here!
¡Oh!
The sound of the explosion from your gun echoes all over Martinez. The bullet found its way to the heart of a kid.
Vale, vale. Vamos para donde estábamos entonces. Sí, era aquí, ¿no? Que tenía el tiro pegado el hombre.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants.
Sí.
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it?
Not all of us. Acts like that stick with you for a while.
No one's moving anywhere. Do this shit again, and Kuno's gonna climb in your room at night with a knife. Kuno knows where you sleep. The pig who fucked his window up. I'm gonna climb in through that balcony, but you and Kuno are good for now. Pals, shoot that shit at Kuno. Let's have a jolly time.
The determination in his voice leaves little room for doubt in his sincerity. He means every word. Needs to be taken seriously.
One word out of you, pig shite, and you're locked out of the Kuno experience.
You hear the Kuno?
Qué mentira lo que ha dicho.
You and Kuno are fucking done. Get the fuck out.
Let's go, officer.
The kid doesn't even...
Lo siento mucho. Ya he dicho que no era bueno eso, no sé qué, no sé cuánto, pero me suena la polla lo que me digáis, ¿sabes? No me mola esa opción. Este niño nos puede servir de utilidad. Así que nada.
So you tried to kill Kuno's... What? Bitch! You...
Not all.
No one... Kuno, but you and Kuno...
The determination in his voice leaves little...
And you're back in business with the Kuno. Now what is it? Kuno doesn't...
Can't believe you didn't take the shot. Fucking coward. Waved a gun like a clown. I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Pues nada. Hemos subido un nivel. Vamos a desbloquear más pensamientos. Reino de la conciencia para mí. Vale. Y pues nada, hay que ver cómo subir hasta ahí para hablar con esa mujer. Vamos a meternos al hotel. Espera.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from... The spring thaw must be here. The snow is looking up at the sky. Cold water dripping from your hat. Grey sky like great battleships. Clouds colliding with one another. Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you. Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinaise. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet. Beyond the Bay of Revachol, ghosts rise into the sky. The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs. Cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction. A defunct research and development building, once seized by revolution. Coal City, end of all lines. Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance. The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide. Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor is an artificial mountain range. Immense wealth resides within. La Drusienne, King Dries passenger harbor. Cruise ships flanked by Dock Couron, the lower middle class. Distributary after distributary cuts the city blocks in half. 7-story buildings trail off into the rain. A silvery curtain of rain over the houses. You have never been there. They don't need the law east of the river. Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Read the news at noon. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath the feet of a dead man. He swings from a tree, a gaping hole in his bare, rotting chest. A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal, the road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall.
Have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
To be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland. In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up, and Coalition hero statics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Bueno. Vamos a ver unas cuantas cosas entonces.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence. You see a heavy the cobalt, old cobalt. The man ponders his cook.
Sí, ¿verdad? Ventana.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass.
Aún no es la hora. ¿Y cuál es la hora exactamente?
Can I help you?
The door is closed. This door, still the lieutenant gives you.
Hey, what?
That felt good. Everyone is a whore. Now punch a hole in the door. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not
Stop that.
Un tranqui así de paranoia, ¿no? Por cierto, aquí hay una puerta. Cerrada.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore.
Enciclopedia.
It's your face in the mirror, adorned with
Electroquímica.
the expression.
Entonces tenemos que subir enciclopedia electroquímica, ¿no? No hemos dado cuenta que subiéndolo por medios de ropa no sirve para nada. Así que vámonos. Habla con esto, a ver si tienen algo nuevo que decir.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again.
Good.
About fucking time.
Man, no hay nada nuevo que decirle.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why I am not.
You could be, Liz. You could be anything.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
So fucking what? Lots of mob.
No, Glenn, they aren't.
This didn't change. It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. Definitely.
What are we going the union? If anything, it is the art.
Vale, aquí no hay nada que hacer. Tiene que ver con la puerta. Con una de esas dos puertas. Aunque a lo mejor desde aquí abajo podemos hablar con la tía. Vamos para adentro, vamos para el balcón, anda. Que a lo mejor desde ahí podemos hablar para que me abra encima la tía esa, como que le habíamos hecho una sonrisa coqueteando, como que no había seguido el rollo. Así que a lo mejor puede abrir. Hay dos puertas ahí para entrar. No sé cómo entrar, la verdad. Pero muy bueno ahí para eso. La tía esa entró por aquí o por aquí. Creo que fue por aquí justamente. Así que nada. Vamos viendo.
Droplets of rain fall on the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. Do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Kinema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
You want to take a closer look? 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
$7.2. Supercharged. You mean the coil noise? When variable current passes through wires that make up the coils on the electrical system on this machine, it causes vibration in the wires, and when the frequency of the current in the coils falls within the audible range, the resulting vibration creates the whiny sound you mentioned. I have pretty much maintained my vehicles by myself ever since one was assigned to me. You inevitably pick up some knowledge on the way. Yes, an extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
Sorry, I'm not...
Lingo it up.
No, that's porno tuning. Those spinners were elegant, sleek, radiant even. What you're suggesting is porno. Porno.
The sole purpose of pornography is to stimulate one's visual sense to evoke sexual arousal. The same is true with the modifications you're proposing.
I'm sincerely relieved I don't have to try and convince you of that. Back to work.
Vamos a hablar con los camioneros. Oye.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind? Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own kind, but those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment is where a law officer gets a person to commit a criminal offense they otherwise wouldn't commit, often through some trickery of...
Yes. It's like trying to trick a person into doing something criminal that they'd never do. Then what are you trying to accomplish?
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and...
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
Your best verse? You don't even have a bad verse in here. Just tumbleweed and liquor stains. Wait.
That's brutal, man.
No, stop. He's already mortified.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
Ease into it. Don't go too far.
I'm okay.
Maybe the full-on direct.
Joder, tío. Venga. Ya averiguaremos. Yo creo que es la abuela la que está traficando realmente. Vamos a comprobarlo. Abuelita Mejillas.
The woman still has...
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you? Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have the small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero until you came along, that is. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you. His head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an...
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
All of what? The world? The present?
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were well, you people were... Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole. Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the
Esta
cargo.
es la que tiene la,
She
la
says
levilla.
that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Then it's contraband, Lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo. Of course not. To truly understand the boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain. It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain. Of course not. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down. So the boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the
Tomato.
magret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. The most beautiful. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. He didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero. What do I need drugs for, Lawman? What I see, what I feel, the great advers... Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming...
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great unrest.
If you don't know... You're mad, Lawman. What of it? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grat, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grat, Lawman? No, Lawman, diamonds. Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the other.
Diamonds are good for you, Lawman. You should try them sometime. Make your... Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the futures of this world. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will.
I think we're done here, no? She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her...
So he doesn't think she's the...
You hear that, Lawman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one... Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares inward.
The Transcatolia Magistral, U41A, Adestradas du Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly. You're right, Lawman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously.
A correct appraisal. Your...
Is that all you woke me up to say? Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back.
que autoguarda por la cara. Yo no le he dado F5, chaval, no he tocado nada. Vale, aquí.
A lorry stuck. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell drugs? They are shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here, and then they know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond.
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kids sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff,
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some Kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it.
What?
Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
If they were getting drunk inside the Whirling in Rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
What? Aren't we allowed to say that he's a Kips who do all the stealing around here? That's not road science, man. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so.
Vale, queda hablar contigo. Que tú no tendrás nada que decir exactamente. Y contigo, que tú seguramente tampoco me vas a decir nada.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Ah, mira.
How can I help you? Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Yeah, it would be really bad if we got into an argument about it. Waste of a good noon. Or afternoon. Or night. Anyway, thanks for helping out, friend.
Ya, vámonos por aquí. Y vamos a ver al Moroku. Oh, solo meco, por favor, segaro meco. Oh, segaro meco, oh, por favor, oh, meco.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress.
Oh, okay.
Are you trying?
Sorry, detective. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my person. That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that. Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder, and he's an asshole.
Realizing he can't get out of it, smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb
And what
crowd. You know, the drug.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
No use. He's not telling us. He's too afraid. We need to take him to my station and ask him there. After
Okay, look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I spent...
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her.
He's not ruling her out.
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know.
who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. I don't know. I'm not... All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk...
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Oh, okay.
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you.
An investment? What kind of investment? I guess it can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking about here? 10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Debe encontrar algo que sea para él, para el
The speakers below
protagonista.
are banged up and worthless.
Llaman al
The
porterillo.
sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here. A pair of Faun Ultras. The design.
Those sneak...
Only? That's madness.
You keep coming back.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Dado de instinto. Hostia, que eso que te más dado de instinto viene muy bien y valen $2.
You won't regret.
Lo voy a pillar porque te da 2 de instinto. Al final puede servirnos para algunas tiradillas. ¿Esto cuánto le queda, tío? Mira, hay uno que está en 90. Aquí había un tío que ya no está nunca por la cara.
A rusting control. This panel, you pull the lever all the way up until nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold. Nothing happens. A spring brings. Wasn't there a sign of?
Era por nada. Vamos a entrar aquí. Aunque aquí hay muchas cosas y pocas sirven de algo.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed. The boomboxes wait on the shelves.
Vale, $12.
And your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly.
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever.
All the old boom. Typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor.
En fin. Por tanto, no han dicho que podría ser perfectamente la señora esa la que trafica droga, no lo ha dicho el Morocco. Así que vamos a ver. Bueno, más que Morocco parece indio, ¿no?
Lowman, you just call me a lady, Herife.
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I'm not that either, Herife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long haul. I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me, because they can no longer recognize the person I once was. The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there. It's all just... In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes...
You feel very cold suddenly, as if standing face to face with a terrifying adversary. Then, in the background, a quiet song seeps from her cabin into the air. You don't hear any vocals.
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around? When I have my... Oh, sim.
Vale, pues ahora tenemos que preguntar sobre lo de la dama del volante y eso, el resto de personas.
Okay. Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind? I don't want to talk about that. I was hoping it isn't gonna be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. I didn't, man. I told you, I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be
Bah. Emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he didn't share it with you. That's a fact.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
Este ya se recobra entero.
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay? A youngish woman. Gruff, but
What color hair?
blue and violet. Died. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a...
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have...
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you. I just can't, man. I'm not naive. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. It's snitching, man. I know what it is. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind, the way it worked, the trouble it was giving her. Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than...
He's right. There are other options. The raceman for one. Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then, acquaintances. And he's okay with push Tommy, and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
You're not gonna put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man. Thank you, friend.
En fin.
Kingdom of Conscience.
Ah, mira.
The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control
Anda,
over
mira.
yourself and the world. Exercise it.
Mira.
Look up at the sky.
Está de puta madre este, ¿no? Está de puta madre, la verdad, me ha molado. Vale, vamos a hablar con el racista.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me. I don't know what you're talking about. He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the tip. Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
No. He means la puta madre.
Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him...
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely I softened him up as best I could. Be careful. This man's still got some fight in him, by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him. Men like this only respect two things: strength and fear.
Fuck you, I told you. I'm...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know.
When did she...
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days. Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now...
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that.
Eso mola, la verdad. Vámonos. Vamos a recuperar la salud, anda. Que nunca sabemos cuándo hace falta y llevo mucho rato ya con la salud baja. Este camión.
This green found, A to Z, contemporain, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming.
This must be the one he told us about. Unless he was lying.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and two steering levers. The door is locked. The handle looks shiny. There's no pick in this lock. The owner has put special care into it.
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside. I don't know how good it is, but this investigation has taken long enough. We can't afford it to take any longer.
Con esto podemos reproducir cinta.
This screen found A to Z. With a firm grip, you raise the pry bar. A glint of light catching on the tip. Call down the hammer of truth and justice.
Puta
Release your
policía,
secrets, lorry cabin.
Un arrepentimiento.
The window shatters, and droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor.
Sato.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the... Wait, doesn't she? resemble someone you know. But you can't put your finger on whom exactly. The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard, and it looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Tú piensas con un acelerado FM.
No, that's on 78.9. What? I happen to have committed the frequency to memory. I have no problem admitting that. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UK. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation.
A 20-kilometer radius at least, perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key.
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and a rusty old tool. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Oh, eso es lo del zapato plano.
Sandpaper? A novel technique? Yes?
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
Huh.
Now we know for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? Understood. We should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still smiling. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper. It's an issue of Petit Feric from last Wednesday. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the ULAN frequency system.
The ULAN frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
Frecuencia moderada, amplitud moderada, no sé.
Pull-out tool slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. You close the rust.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Venga, vámonos. Oiga, gente, ¿tiene un minuto? Espérate. Tiene que hablar conmigo
All right,
Juan
we're
Chinchón.
finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like...
This means it's well funded. Technology like that, a major player.
I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are...
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition.
Meaning, someone as slippery as Everard won't be caught by a couple of cops and some stuff they found in some cabin.
We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest there are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. Sometime later, when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either. Debrief over. After you.
Este me ha dicho que me pare un momento a hablar con él.
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble? Still better than me, I guess. Told you there's plenty of others who tell on her. But, is she in trouble? Oh man, that's like a load off my mind. All that stress was messing up my rhymes. Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a...
The correct grammar is Tommy Lahom.
Tommy Lahm was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Bueno, no puedo preguntarle nada. Así que bueno.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons.
69. Es una locurilla, acabo de decir eso realmente. A ver, esto todavía no es la
Behind
hora,
the
¿no?
dock workers, a ceiling height window.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how...
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprint. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
The thought forms in your head like a lightning strike branching in the sky.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, Even some of...
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course. No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking who? Stuff's probably from Jamrock.
Little shit. That's Kuno in the...
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place...
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is... How dare you? Go fuck yourself.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
My answer is... fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
Claro, el tío que está muerto la violó a la conductora.
And here we go.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Despite everything, the little man is quick on his feet.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Muy poca. Tengo 0 de autoridad. ¿Cómo que tengo 0 de autoridad? ¿Y eso? Autoridad -1 y normal es que tengo solo 1. Joder. Nada realmente me da autoridad. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que me quita autoridad esto, no? Que por mucho que tenga un puntito más de autoridad, tampoco voy a tener mucha cosa que decirle, ¿no? Así que nada. Vámonos, entonces. Increíble.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Vale, venga. Vámonos para acá. ¿Qué había que hacer ahora? Y que pedir la ayuda a Edward. Ajá. Mira. Vale, suelo encontrar a tal. Vale. Vamos por el libro, que estamos al lado, en verdad. Vale. ¿Y cuáles libros son sobre animales?
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring...
Claro, es que ni tengo dinero para comprarlo, en verdad, no voy a poder.
You've hurt yourself now. I told you not to mess around back there. What are you even trying to accomplish, you fool? You're only making things worse. Stop it. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the...
Shelves filled to the... Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective.
Joder, qué grande la puta novela, ¿no?
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species. You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage. You're cool.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Escrutinio tenderio opresivo, ¿qué significa eso?
You wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. When she's not looking, it's quite a challenge. But eventually, the guide to the cockatoos is yours. A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas a la Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoo. This book talks about the delicate nature of toos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. The funeral cockatoo, the major majestic cockatoo, and the most common. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk, and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as recurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may scream non-stop, pluck their feathers, or become aggressive. It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to not great for the neighbors. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if dressed for perhaps the most impressive of all the species. The endangered major majestic cockatoo is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle. Its pink-colored wings and flowing crest embellish, in the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big. Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all Seminoles forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world. Its plumage is mainly grey and white. The Seminoles name, bang-bang, is thought to be of onomatopoeic origin. Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you?
Oh, por la cara ello me ha dado... Oh, me ha venido como un dolor en el cuerpo de repente. Oh, tía. Toma esto, tío. Me ha un dolor en el sobaco, ¿sabes? Eso me pasa más frecuentemente de lo que debería. A lo mejor tendría que ir al médico.
You're right, Your Majesty embodied. This big, beautiful bird belongs on your heraldry.
Pues eso sirvió literalmente para conseguir experiencia. Hay unas cuantas pruebas que tenemos aquí por hacer. Pero bueno. Vámonos. Pues hay que hablar con la señorita Baker. Hay que hablar ni más ni menos con la señorita Baker. Vale, chavales, y ahora ya vamos viendo. Así que vamos a darle aquí. Esto lo estoy haciendo para joder a Ebrard. Y luego hablaré de esta Ebrard para joderla esto.
Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
All around you, rain keeps falling down. On the wooden boards she's standing on, and on the water around you.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent
Vamos,
word
si
to that
tienta mandar.
effect. What have you discovered? It doesn't really matter, and I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like that. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered that...
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder...
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what...
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded...
What is the nature of these so-called...
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants. It was the Union who strung him from that tree. My hope is that you provide a single concrete suspect before Crenell indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The Debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath.
Huh.
Too many things have already gone wrong. Nameless, badgeless, detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep that which is not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences.
Since you are sharing, man, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands. Countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil. I wouldn't go as far as to use that term.
It's the expression she objects to?
Yes.
She picked a strange hill to die on. Strike. She's silent.
What is the purpose of this, detective?
Paramilitary death squad is a bit rich, but yes, were it up to me, I would have at least
Subió 2
vetted
niveles.
them more thoroughly. Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell. I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. The remaining contractors, their tribunal, that the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the Colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
Huh.
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. Lely, his service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. One is a man, Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is...
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face.
I can't remember.
The lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see if she knew him better than she let on. She passed.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
What else? Nationality?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury, in a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Huh.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
One is obviously the
me
scout
digas a alguien que
leader
no.
at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have it?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a shortwave at the ship's wheel. I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If, of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute,
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Huh.
her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent. Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century, over 300 years ago. The sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it. Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then Revachol. Those are the two constants, Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new...
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning. His platoon members? The other contractors, though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade. Do what you have to do, detective. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security, but if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can help you?
Ya está. Vale. Tenemos nueva lista. Nueva idea. Más 20% de distancia a la cámara. Podemos bloquear nuevas cosas, pero no le veo sentido ahora mismo porque solo tenemos lo de Nación Revolucionaria. Así que bueno, vamos a pararnos un momento a pensar. Tenemos menos una autoridad por ahí, menos una enciclopedia. Entonces, vamos a ver. Voluntad y lógica está aumentada. Motricidad aumenta. Retórica aumenta. Te trabaja visión espacial y autoridad también, o sea que al final te baja un puntillo esto. Te da ventaja el speed. Más 10 centavos por cada beber de Sauerfach. esto es demasiado texto. Demasiado texto, la verdad, para mí. En fin. Entonces, lo que pasa es que tenemos muy poca autoridad. Vamos a arreglarlo subiéndonos la autoridad de nivel. Para que pueda congeniar con la ideología que le tenemos puesta al personaje. Vamos a hablar con la muchachilla esta.
Hello again, officers.
Vale.
Just an ordinary war.
Eso. 20% de distancia de cámara. Oh, qué guapo. Ahora puedo ver desde mucho más lejos las cosas. Qué guapo, tío. Esto mola, esto mola. Que pueda verse todo desde más lejos. Vale, entonces, ¿qué es lo que tenemos que hacer? Preguntar al líder de la esquiroles. Bueno.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right? Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't missing her? There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class woman what you found.
Vale.
Excuse me? I don't know. The most talkative one? The what now? You truly are one strange cop, aren't you? God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me? I don't follow. Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands. You know what?
Remember, about that what, never ever say what.
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that...
Ah, blam. Knew it.
I did, and he is. He's also an alcoholic. No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park, or in Shamrock somewhere. Drinking. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
I wouldn't be so sure. Ma'am, just to be completely clear, do you...
Report what? He's just out drinking with his friends. I'm sure the police has better things to do than to chase down local goofballs.
She sighs, but you can detect a slight...
All right, go ahead. Do you have any questions? Honestly, not that different from you. Oh, thank God, no. It hasn't come down to this yet. Well, he's slightly chubby. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The lining is hand-sewn. I made it myself. It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to run around in this, but he refuses to change.
Who cares about the cold when you have your cool jacket to wear? You can completely sympathize.
I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps him keep warm at night. I wouldn't like him to catch cold. Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised, because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do with his addiction.
Gone for around 36 hours then. Damn, this is... She turns away from you in an attempt to recover.
So you are going to look for him? Thank you. Please do. Even though I'm sure he will return home by himself.
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57, Kim Kitsuragi, know?
I will. Of course, officer. As I said, it's probably nothing. Right.
She gives you a shortened...
Vale. Es verdad. Kuno.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
Hay que mejorar la empatía. Vamos a mirarle la casa otra vez a Kuno. No hay nada. Nada nuevo. Ok. Pues vámonos. Vámonos para acá. Tenemos que hablar con este.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand? Fucking Bob.
I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it won't be long until it's...
How about you fuck off now?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. The man's breathing steadies, but...
A ver, un momento. Vaya a ser que vaya a ser.
Work! Right to work!
Don't think so.
Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dark, hard as a stone.
But fucking loincloths really did him in. Yeah. What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here? Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kipped villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really cool. photograph it. Last moment to back off.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon... At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason, the kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach.
No, I was in the domain, in Jamrock, being a bouncer. Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But... Nah, you've earned it.
All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his...
Vamos a hablar con este otra vez, a ver si me tiene algo que decir y ya de paso...
Hola, Wandering Man. Okay.
Ya que estamos, vamos para acá. Algo en este tío ya no tiene mucho sentido, ¿no? Me sale en blanco. Ah, bueno, no me sale en verde.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Y aquí para una cosa en la mano. Parece que sea útil en algún momento. ¡Coño! Pues sí que es grande. Es verdad, tenía... Esto te da... Es que te quitas menos 2 de autoridad, tío. Que es literalmente lo que subí, así que me volvería a quedar en 1. Y te da 1 de mundo interior y 1 de empatía. Bueno. Sirve la empatía para Kuno. Realmente. Podríamos probarlo.
The payphone hangs mutely on.
¿Por qué voy escuchando eso? Que porque tengo la radio esta. Está guapo. ¿Qué habilidad necesitaba aquí para usarlo?
You're back before the cargo container.
Retórica.
Its drawer has not left.
faster.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today?
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hotel.
Oh my! Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had some... Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down.
Sí, tengo unos cuartos.
Vale, pues ya tu padre te entiendes con él. Te mandé, no me has visto el mensaje que te mandé que me pusiera la lavavajilla.
Ah, no.
Bueno, yo voy que voy a ir a la comida esa.
And, Jean, please take it easy with the race signs. He's had enough of that. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you. I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you? Just as I thought. Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. Pissing on Everart's Rainbow Coalition. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best. Helping people. With the power of politics.
Yes, yes. Do you think this weasel is somehow connected to...
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you. Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this. But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are neat freaks. If you don't mind me saying so, I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right? Of course, Harry. Stoic silence. I like that. Very befitting a police officer. I'm not a real detective. You are.
A ver. Está aquí con un gorro de vagabundo, guantes de jardinero, una radio, o sea, mi compadre que totalmente es ecléctico, totalmente.
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to
You mean our victim?
a security contractor. Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
He performs a motion as if spraying.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Camp. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the village, but the mercs and their brutality are very... Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and...
By negotiator, you...
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill. There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood.
That sounds a bit like...
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well...
Again, that sounds like...
So these idealists kill...
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after...
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the... These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company, after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. Of course. You're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like me. Tribunal? That sounds serious, Harry. We Union men should be shitting ourselves. I wish you hadn't told me that. I'm gonna lose sleep over this. Let's change the subject.
He's clearly happy about the tribunal.
Oh, Harry, what do I really think about the tribunal? You're trying to climb to second base with old Everard before you've even courted him properly.
He wants you to do more things for him before.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Wait, the girl by the whirling, who was keeping an eye on you, is he talking about her?
I did that, didn't I? She thinks of herself as a guerrilla fighter. These middle-class kids and the books they read are crazy, Harry. I think she would rather be an insurgent than a lawyer. I hope it's a phase. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist... Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinet. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the street.
He's betting on them being useless to you.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it.
You can now go and tell Titus about this.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real. Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Was it a good tour? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is, company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine.
And what would isn't it?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's...
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martin A's, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martin A's. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs. And there's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your...
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots under the fish in the box, and the wind howls like a vicious...
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best...
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martin A's is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything... We're gonna build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up, and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martin A's, not just the harbour.
A ver, según hemos entendido antes, con respecto al tema de las drogas, lo que querían a estos traficando a ellos era que solo tuvieran a ellos a su camello y no hubiera nadie más. Pero un centro de rehabilitación, realmente, ¿para qué lo quieren? Vale.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the waterlock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll... Most certain. By all means, Harry.
Ah, yes. Your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony drug accusations alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry.
He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably just a small nuisance to him.
See you soon, Debarger. Just kidding, but not too much.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
How else are you going to build something? There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Y de verdad, me he gastado 12 pavos del puto juego en una radio que sirve para poner puta samba, tío. De verdad he hecho eso, tío. En plan, yo me pensaba que era como para escuchar cintas relacionadas con el caso del crimen y toda la paranoia, no para escuchar putamente samba, tío. No para que la música del juego pase a ser samba, que la verdad que me da igual. Prefiero escuchar cualquier otra cosa, sinceramente.
I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone. However, we'll need access to the coast before we do anything. Evrard won't believe you got villager signatures if you can't even get to the village. You can try a forgery as soon as we can cross the waterlock.
The worn map features the patchwork grid. You take the legal documents, the youth center.
Vale, ¿qué subimos? Subimos otro nivel más de autoridad. ¿Qué más tenemos abajo? Warfare, lo tenemos muy bajo. Pero esto es simplemente por ropa, no es por ideales ni nada. Así que vamos a subir otro nivel de autoridad y ya estaría. Con la autoridad, por lo que me estoy dando cuenta, sirve de bastante. Sirve bastante, la verdad. Y la puta radio me la voy a quitar de encima ya. Vamos a ponernos mismo, yo que sé, da igual. La radio no. Linterna mismo. Ah, esto sirve para descubrir orbes secretos. Entonces me la pongo. Hombre. Bueno, que podríamos haber subido...
You're back before the cargo container.
Retórica. Me hace falta retórica 5, en plan, tampoco algo súper vasto. Así que bueno, vamos para allá. Y dentro de nada queda bastante poco realmente para llegar a la hora en la que eso. Pero bueno, tenemos unas cuantas cosas que hacer antes de llegar a la hora de hablar con el fumador de la terraza. Primero de todo, vamos a hablar con el Cocoliso. Cocoliso.
The unpromising race pupil returns. So it was. My unpromising race pupil entered the harbor and used my superior to give me orders. I salute your cunning.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
There's a
but while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge.
That would mean you're openly showing the people that you're taking the Union's side.
Yes, that is precise.
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it down ourselves.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race, fine. Goodbye. Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
Vamos a lootear esto entonces.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he...
So, you guys are like cops or something? Look at him. His craniometric perfection. Are you cops or what? Cool. I like men with guns and power. I'm Katya, by the way.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Evrod's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? You're
Spoken by a mercenary pretending to be a worker.
Ay, Dios mío.
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. The man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today. And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
En fin. Hemos quitado muchísima gente en esta parte. Ahora mismo con esa acción, pero no había de otra. Lo de la pistola ha fallado por mi autistada. Y esto es lo que ha llevado lo de la pistola.
right to work!
A lorry stuck.
Pues nada, vámonos para donde tengamos que ir. Vale, voy a hacer unas cuantas cosillas antes de pasarme por el... Oh, bueno.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
In his eyes,
Yeah.
an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold. It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes. The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. It forms a crisscross pattern across the land. Above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, high above buildings, new and old, the air filled with the rumble to the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the river Esperance, past Montmartin, the border approaches. You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
Excuse me?
A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know? I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home. Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much, on another island called
Le
Laurentine,
Caillou.
off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows. What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living. What about you, cop man? You...
No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel... But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone. And I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
En fin. Vamos a ver qué pasa aquí dentro.
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely...
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
Can't tell Kuno what words to use? Fucking kicked. Fuck you! Kuno says kipped if he wants to. Kuno's dad says kipped all the time. Kipped a Kuno.
Kipped, kippity, kipty, kipped.
It's like a little engine has come alive on the other side of the fence. An engine that only says,
Kipped. Alright, shut it down, see. The cunt has business to do. Kuno doesn't...
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is
Sure,
too
anyway.
broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy. Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are...
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up!
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. From autopsy to cleanup, to social work, everything. An honor and a burden attached to your rank once you've proven yourself able. Usually after 5 to 8 years of field work.
Alright.
Mine is Lieutenant Detective. You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you were.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them. There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes? That's right.
Yeah, we got this. We're smart.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back later, Corporal. Amuse.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some...
Damn it. This is turning into some sort of mega... Okay, so you can sneak out of your room maybe, after he's gone asleep. The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says...
KK57.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date, 0803, and time of arrival, 0815. That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Next. We've heard the nom de guerre. Lely. It's better than nothing. Right, what's next? Date of birth? NA. Roughly 50.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook. Teeming with opportunistic microorganisms, letting out a foul-smelling diamine compound. Your eyes turn.
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor...
Fucky, fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number.
KK57 0503 0815. Listens, motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck.
None. At least not after the initial examination. They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for him.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-Delorium. Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette ball-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. The building is tall, 7 stories wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide. The other, an accident. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today. 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the brief.
See?
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing Was expecting something.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
Vale.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
Como pregunto ya en la comisaría.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50. Tattoos. The assistant has the DC well-nourished. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet. The stench is suffocating. There must be brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil. More hair sticks to the glove. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull below. An alien landscape.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and...
Fucking low velocity! You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max! Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters. The hanged man lets out a joyous little...
Always good to think ahead. Now...
A ver, un momento.
We need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully.
See, my pig.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of it. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. Steady now. Like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose. After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together. Sweat forming on your brow. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
Pues sabor Fer, puedo subirlo, pero vamos, que te cagas. Todo vasto en verdad, ello. Y lógica que realmente lo he subido 2 puntos de mierda y lo tengo ya a nivel 6. Pero bueno, yo diría que vayamos a subir empatía. Sí, vamos a subir empatía, ¿no?
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
Vale, un momento. A ver. Un momento.
Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia.
No! It's gonna happen! I fucking.
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make...
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin. Last item, hands.
The hand feels heavy, filled with decay liquids, like it's ready to explode if squeezed hard enough. Your
hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Irte, venga, adiós.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely...
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer. Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips.
Yeah, jack that fucker up!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen, hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again. Straight in that mouth of... It's hard. Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. A contraction. Your throat pumps a little something from your stomach and into your mouth. Inside, you see darkness. Just a mess.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary. Na. Ah. Are you a hepatobiliary expert? Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology and serology. And unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there? Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Brimming with cocaine.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
Oh, so we inflicted them? Okay, so there's a spin-stabilized munition from a Kiel A990 muzzleloader lodged. I don't think we should mention that. Better not to muddy the waters.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries. Head, chest and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Right. Next, a dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured. The cervical column. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush.
Marca ahora sin rojo oscuro rodea el cuello con un hueco en la nuca que mide, digamos, 7 centímetros. El hueso hioide está fracturado. La cervical es intacta. Veo hemorragia por encima de la piel y por debajo de la marca de ligadura. Profundidad de la marca 1 centímetro. No hay señales de garra en el cuello. Yo creo que le ataron del cuello una vez ya muerto, ¿no? No de mientras estaba vivo.
He is deep in thought, eyes fixed on the bright red.
Why do you say that? Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal? Now you're just undermining yourself for the sake of it. What's strange is, I agree. I was sure we had our cause of death here, and now I think we should leave it empty. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
Now, you see, that worries me. You will die if you drink. You know that, don't you? You are proving a useful detective. The organization would miss you.
Please get yourself together. The lieutenant from Precinct 57 thinks.
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
He's thinking. You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse.
Quiero hacer esto.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, His torso with it, his fingernails have turned dark. They're chipped.
Do you think we missed something? Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast. It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know, but only if all else fails.
Fuck are you looking at, being old man? You want a piece of the Kuno? Wanna get fucked?
Only if all else fails.
Kuno looks like he gets around. Knows Martinez. And its fridges too. Or, remember the buttons on that intercom over there? On the side of the building next to the Whirling? One was for Revachol Ice City. Perhaps it's a clue.
This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
Moment.
Fuck does Kuno care?
What's going on? Like you don't have enough on your plate.
Get yours. You should give up.
You okay?
That went wrong. He took it as a compliment. Then he had a minor seizure.
Kuno doesn't fuck.
Empatía más 1, si es que realmente empatía ahora mismo tengo 5. Que es lo que te pide, literalmente. Pero bueno, vosotros veréis. Voy a quitar esto de encima. Vamos a ponernos la linterna. Y ya estaría. ¿Qué bueno subo aquí arriba, tío? Aquí que
An
necesitábamos
old call
para
box
hablar.
with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies.
Vale, pues a ver si subimos de nivel y vemos lo de la voluntad. Hay que preguntar por lo de los frigoríficos y tal. Pero bueno, de momento nada. Me voy a parar aquí. Y nada, chavales. Pero solo puedo apuntar para adelante. Cuando llegas como a un cierto umbral. Ya no vamos para atrás. Si apunta a alguien, le señala. Se ve bien programado ya. Bueno. Con este tío no vamos a hablar, ¿no? En fin. Pues nada, nos vemos, chavales, que tengo varias cosas que hacer. Hay que comer y más cosillas. Así que nada, nos vemos. Hostia, casi me salgo sin guardar, ¿ves? Voy a guardar por si, Salimos. Y ya estaría.